There we go.
Mhm. Good afternoon. Welcome back from lunch and being on time. I appreciate that. As I told you, we're going to change up the 1 to 1:45 time slot due to the graciousness of our linkage working group. Thank you, Christina. She has ceded her time. We've got a couple of things to do, but I thought I'd take advantage of this to invite Teresa. Where is Teresa?
She's running in.
Maybe I'm going to uninvite Teresa. I think it's a chance for us to hear, you know, she was our strategist, and I have asked her to sort of share with us her learnings in that role, and frankly challenge us as we go forward to some of the things we've been talking about: thinking big, thinking broadly, and just being candid with this. So don't hurt my feelings, though.
As opposed to the guarded way she has been for the last
Exactly.
Tell us how you really feel.
I've been so reticent.
Could I just raise a process question?
You may.
Does this mean that Rob will be on before 2:25?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't
it'll
think
still
so.
be about the same?
I don't think so.
Okay, fine, great, thanks.
Well, thank you, Jim. I really appreciate it. And a lot of this is not my thinking. It's what we as leadership have been thinking, and what I know you as the board have been thinking as well. So it's not like I'm here to scold you in any way, shape, or form. But I do think that I've been able to experience some things that have given me a bit of a broader perspective. And so I'll start with a story that Christina and I shared over lunch yesterday. Christina experienced the sanctuaries in DC recently with their youth event, and I was there at the end of November for their Soul Slam, which was over 250 people in a room that probably should have accommodated 100, that were 2/3 African American and 1/3 Muslim. Most of those were women. And the opening blessing for the event was a Jewish woman, a Hindu woman, and an African American Christian woman doing blessings from their traditions. The Hindu woman and the Jewish woman singing theirs, and the Christian woman reading hers simultaneously. And it was an extraordinary expression of how people could bring their traditions together in a way that honored each and every one of them, but created something greater than it would be apart as a whole. And I thought, this is the best expression of Unitarian Universalist values I've ever seen, ever. And they will never call themselves Unitarian Universalist, because that would exclude the Muslim woman or the Hindu woman or people that don't necessarily find that they want to identify themselves just as Unitarian Universalist. And so that raises the question we've been grappling with for a long time about what does it mean to embrace communities of different forms who really do want to take our message and our values into a new way of expressing it without it having to be institutionalized, without it having to be something that the institution says, this is how you have to do it, and this is what you're going to call it, and we're going to tell you how to do that. And that's the instinct of institutions. I mean, you're here because you want to perpetuate the institution and you support and love the institution, but it has that side of it which can lead then to inhibit innovation and new expressions. And so figuring out how to use your role as a board to create a container for that innovation and not force it and not try to predict how it's going to be or what it needs to call itself. And I think that's a huge opportunity that we've been in conversation about this for a long time with the Growth Working Group, and I hope you'll just continue the openness of that conversation. So another one that I've really been grappling with is the things that we started talking about with the Economies of Ministry conference that Sarah convened. And that is recognizing that there are many new forms of ministry that are emerging and that are needed, and that our form of four-year ministerial education in a very traditional setting with a very traditional kind of curricula may not be what every religious leader needs to prepare itself. So, and if that's the model, then it's necessarily an exclusive economic model. So how do we move forward in a way that can create different kinds of ministry models affirm and support them, maybe not have to credential them, but find ways for people to contribute their leadership to the movement that doesn't have to just be in that prescripted form. And the reason I mention that to y'all is that this is a really difficult conversation to get your head around in terms of who owns it. Is it the theological schools that own it? Is it the MFC that owns it? Is it credentialing bodies? Is it the Department of Ministry? And what can happen when it's that diffused is that you'll never make progress on it. And so I think as the board, you are in an opportunity to convene that conversation and to help people recognize and to hold a conversation with all of those different groups that sees it as something that's necessary for the future and the health of the association. So I see that very definitely in the scope of the board's work. The last thing that I want to mention is that I'm hyper aware of the stress that is on the staff, that as we are trying to make big, huge paradigm shifts, really huge paradigm shifts, ministry would be one of them. APF to gift is a huge one. It's a huge one. Moving to entrepreneurial ministries and trying to figure out how to bring resources to that while we're still having to do resourcing for existing and very important programs is a huge one. And you can't expect staff to make those kind of huge paradigmatic changes without resourcing it. And so I agree with changing the draw, increasing or lowering the draw for the endowment, and I think it's also something that you can think about to make a big investment from the endowment to help these paradigm shifts on a one-time basis. And that can't be something that Peter can develop necessarily during his tenure because it won't be able to be fully implemented, although the APF to gift shift is one example. But you can't expect to make a monster change like that, and we've seen this with the gift experiment, without it costing something, and it won't reap money immediately. And so how do you help support and hold these big initiatives, which are not just important to the staff, they're important to our future, without having it be under the gun of you have to do it with exactly the same resources you've always used. So understanding yourselves in partnership with the staff around how to create these new changes, as opposed to telling the staff what they have to do and sitting back and watching, you know, how sad it is that they have to do this in such a hard way. You know, really understanding yourselves as partners and really being willing to invest something in these big changes that need to be made, I think is really essential. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Teresa. And what I'm suggesting is that we sit with those. It's not my intent to peel that back this afternoon as the what ifs and why nots, or establish a task force. Or I'd like to sit with that, and maybe I'm speaking more personally than as the board chair, but I'd like us to sit with that, but bring it back. And at this point in time, I can't. No, that would be, but I promise to do that. And maybe we take. I don't know. I want to sit with it. I want to hear how you process that as you think about that. I guess the first step will be the executive committee will find some time between now and the April board meeting to ponder those commencement suggestions. But I thank you for bringing them. They are the really big questions that we have the responsibility to convene and discuss. Is that satisfactory to those assembled? Are we okay with that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Again, thank you, Teresa, for your wisdom over the years and your scolding me when we first met. I still remember with great amusement and affection. And I'll tell you that if you want to hear that story, if you haven't already heard it, because it was sweet in the ending of the story, not the relationship. It's a tease. It's a tease. Peter, with that send up.
Can we have another break?
We give you the after lunch spot, the treasured spot on the board meeting.
Well, as a transition, actually, before I go into a couple other things, perhaps this would be a good time. And it's some of the legacy of Teresa. Here, we've been doing some work and kicking around things with design. These things take a while, but they're going to be up for a long, long time. So these are some examples of some of the signage branding. So on the outside of our building, here's one, just flipping through.
And what is that stripe, Peter?
That stripe is this stripe.
Right.
It's the stripe on all our stuff. It comes as part of our whole branding and trying to be consistent in imaging who we are to the wider world. So these are going to be signs on the side of the building, and it's, you know, because it is complicated again because we are not the only tenants of the building. So rather we kicked around, and Harlan and Tim have been very involved in this. You know, do we put the signs of all the other businesses up there? We decided, no, we're just going to make it 24 is a sign for the overall building. What you see to the right on the side is an on-edge view of that sign. So it'll have that color scheme on edge. And then there'll be also on the side of the building a sign for the UUA and for Beacon Press because of its own identity with their logos.
It's the front of the building.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, it's the front. It's the front side of the building. Yeah, that's what I meant. And here's a rendition, kind of photoshoppy of also as the doors coming in. It'll have 24. And we had one other. Is that the last one, or is there one more? And this is sort of a view of what it would look like. This again, the color stripe, UUA, Beacon, and the sign 24 up above. So there's still, as I understand, this is Boston, so it has to go through a commission, but we don't expect, because it's very consistent with the kind of signage that is in the area. Do we have a sense, we were kicking this around, when it would actually be up?
April.
So there's that. Really building on what Teresa's talking about, there's several topics I wanted to raise in my report. One is on the presidential transition. A couple of you have heard me tell the story of, you know, after a year and a half of our very, very long campaign, we're the only institution I know who does this, where there's no gap between being elected and taking office. You find out what the results are that night, that evening, and then there's a whirlwind of some gatherings, and late at night, of course, your friends and people who've been involved in the campaign are partying. And at 7 a.m. the next day, I had to be at a breakfast for foreign guests. So the transition is a nap between and
a short one.
A short nap between. We're going to try to. I think there's always been, and certainly there was last time, a real openness in the previous administration to information on the board, but we want to be much more proactive about that, to really think through what is the most important things from our perspective that candidates need to know and understand, financial, fundraising, all kinds of other things, and when to do that. And we've actually begun working with a terrific consultant that the board will probably meet at some point, Terry Henderson, who's doing this pro bono. She's a early retiree from McKinsey, a leading consulting firm, and simply works with nonprofits pro bono is what she's able to do. And it's one of these gifts that it's a kind of consulting we could never afford. So looking forward to that. Another one is around entrepreneurial ministry, which is taking place right now, but the core team is in the motel with Zoom, and the rest of the people are in the retreat center because it couldn't house everyone, and it's snowing in North Carolina. It's a third of 4 meetings. We're in our second year now of that program, but the real challenge now for the core team and for the movement is to learn from what was most useful in that, to look at how to implement that throughout our ministry when it to highlight that. It's so important that our ministers have those kinds of skills around implementing innovation. We have plenty of wonderful ideas. We're not always so good at the implementation stage. And the other one around, we're looking to apply many of those same kind of design techniques and prototyping and minimalistic experimentation in a multi-faith way with other religious liberals. Exactly what we're talking about. I'll have more to say on that, but we're looking toward, hopefully, probably in May, to having a gathering of people who are real innovators, and it would be sponsored, and it'll include at the very least the UCC, Reform Judaism, some Muslims, and maybe some others. We're in the process of putting that together. I have really high hopes for that. If we do that well, it becomes this incubator for religious innovation, exactly the kind of things we were just talking about. So, be happy to.
Questions for Peter? Really? Greg, thank you.
I'm just wondering around entrepreneurial ministries. I like it, so this is good, but is it your ultimate hope that the board would take more action on that it might become an MFC, optional or core competency? Where do you, I know this is not necessarily what you're doing in the administrator role, but what's your overall hope for the ongoing formation of that program?
My overall hope, perhaps sliding over into fantasy, is that it becomes so embedded in the culture the MFC wouldn't have to do. Because when you ask for it to be a core competency, in some ways you're asking for some kind of checklist. I want it to be just part of who we are and how we think, and that the value of doing that the people who've gone through some of this training become real evangelists for it, and the value of it is so obvious that people are going to, as I would, if I were 15 years ago, I would have fought to get into a program like this. It would have made a huge difference to me. So that's what I'm hoping happens, and what we've got to learn how to do is, in a cost-effective way, not for people who have big projects or projects like these do, but to really think about how to most effectively spread this through our religious professional culture, not just ministerial.
James?
The subject near and dear to my heart, which Teresa was talking about and you were talking about, Peter, is, these bright, shiny things out there. Larry, I remember. But to Teresa's point, if what I would want to come to this board, and it sure shouldn't have to wait till a change in the administration, is at the moment that you see something that's happening, that's being done entrepreneurial, whether it's Eric Resley's program or Nathan Hollister's or somebody else's, that is sustainable, that is replicable, but needs investment. I would, as a board member, want to hear about that. Because I think the challenge of all of this is, people can do different things, but is there something there that merits investment because, it creates more breadth for what we are doing? I have not heard a request, to fund something substantial like that, but I hear Teresa's point, and I think if we don't do something big, just keep reading the statistics. We are headed in a negative direction, like most religions are. So to not rise to that would seem to be a failing of our trusteeship, but we need to know what it is. So I would think, bring it on the moment you see it.
Thanks, James. Tim, and then Rob.
So the thing that pops into my mind when we're talking about innovation and needing to fund innovation is we have to get comfortable, both as a board, as an association, as the staff, of being able to spend money on things that might fail. that might just not work, and being okay that even if it's not going to work, we're still going to learn lessons from it, and we're still taking the risk. And I think a lot of people have trouble accepting that as part of the innovative process. And I think that's why we don't see it happening more in our local congregations, is the fact because we may be spending money that in the end may be spending money on a project in the end that doesn't work, or that fails. And so I think part of this is we need to help lead a culture shift within our denomination and association about that risk-taking can pay off huge dividends in the future, even if you're not seeing it right now, or even if it's costing a lot right now.
Thanks, Tim. Rob?
Well, Tim, you and I are kind of thinking in the same directions. Peter, you know that yesterday we voted to establish an innovation fund to be funded with unrestricted bequests that come across the transom, as we say. 2 questions. One, are there any yet this year? And 2, how do you intend to keep us abreast of how you want to allocate such funds? Is there a way you're planning to include it in your report on a regular basis? I, for one, would like to know how those funds are being used. Not in detail, but I want to know what our president and his staff think are the most innovative, interesting things going on, whether they are emerging out of existing staff groups or coming in as ideas from the outside of the staff.
So the short answer is I haven't thought about. I've thought about implementing it, but not the reporting part yet. So, but that's a good. Well, that's. Let me say that my own personal belief in this is what we need is there are a couple of pieces. I'm not as worried about funding wonderful new things because people get excited about that. I actually worry more about donors and others wanting to fund just new shiny things, but we still have to do a settlement process. We still do, we still have a field staff that consults with congregations, and those things are very important. What ultimately we need is to build on the strength of our most vibrant congregations and have them be real partners in innovation, I believe. I mean, I believe that's where there's really enormous potential, and we see it in many of them. But to scale that up over time is where I'm troubled by. Sometimes our discussion goes as if all the new stuff were happening outside of congregations. That's simply not the case. And our legacy congregational form has enormous potential still in the 21st century. It just can't be the only thing, and we need to learn to think about, as we have struggled here with having broader definitions of not only congregations but of membership in our movement.
Thank you. Was there another card? Yeah, Caleb, and then Julian.
Talking about sustainability, so this 2-year program that's coming to an end pretty soon, we were talking about how that would look afterwards, and I just want to know, besides allocating the legacy money, what is a sustainable program like the 2-year program that just happened that the board could assist in, or what are the next steps after this program ends?
Good question. In this program, one of the things that's important to remember about it is it's a very close partnership between the association and the Ministers Association. And really the implementing of this, our Ministers Association has taken a real lead on continuing education. The institutes that they've done, the Beyond the Call, this is part of that. So the future is really working with our Ministers Association and making it an integral part of what they do. And since that's an ongoing activity, the marginal costs of that are not great, which is huge.
Thanks, Peter. Julian?
Well, I think that we have done some kind of innovative work in the last decade that has failed, and we don't really talk about it so much, I believe. I mean, we did the whole large congregation startup thing when I was on the board 6, 8, 10 years ago. That wasn't necessarily a success. One of my concerns is that we're not necessarily learning from our failures. So I just wanted to put that out there. The second thing is I'd like to know more about, Peter, when you referred to collaboration with some of our strongest congregations. I'm wondering if you could elaborate on that vision. My concern is that, I see a lot of potential work with really thriving congregations who have a lot of energy and are doing really great work that perhaps is innovative. But as I look through the list of our large congregations who are not meeting or even close to their APF, they're not meeting even close to their fair share. It concerns me that we might be asking them to then, foot part of a financial bill to some extent, or partner with us financially. So I'd just like to hear more about what that vision looks like.
And it's not a program. It's a hunch. But for example, as I look at some of the really sanctuaries being one, what was happening here in the Boston area, as I look around the country, there was an attempt to do like a coffee house in the San Francisco Bay Area. The ideas that come up, that even that show promise, tend to, by their nature, be the result of one or two people's passion. And they require a kind of charismatic leader. And they don't have enormous funding behind them because they're startups. And because of that, they're fragile. They're one mistake away from disaster. One of the things that something like a mid-size or larger congregation can do is provide some stability, some support. When I served a congregation, and when it became a larger congregation, frankly, we could make a mistake, and it wasn't fatal. Mistakes of little bitty startups tend to be fatal. So that's where I see. I see either a consortium, a small consortium group, or our larger congregations trying some experimental ministries, because it's not going to be fatal to them if it doesn't work. They can adjust. It's not fatal to them if one person leaves. They can replace that person. But if we put our innovators out there all by themselves, I think we're going to see some wonderful ideas die, not because the ideas weren't good enough, just because they didn't have the underpinnings that were necessary. And things like, let me add, this is related to forming all kinds of partnerships. Another one is the linking of congregations that we're starting to see with satellite ministries in different forms in Houston and Albuquerque and San Diego, in Colorado. There are a bunch of those. Again, those are places where smaller units can draw strength from a larger one and can begin to do things together that they could never do independently. It's what we've done with the service committee around College of Social Justice, with the UUMA, and now we're trying to do with other denominations. I think an important strategy going forward is to find the right kind of partnerships and to really do things together that we couldn't begin to try to do alone.
Thanks, Peter. Larry?
Julian and I think so much alike. I do think it is exceptionally important for us to not repeat the mistakes we have made so often in the past. And indeed, we have a history of some success and we have an even longer history because we are risk takers. We've always been risk takers of extraordinary failures. And we can learn from those, and I think before we start talking about serious money, we need to make sure we have carefully thought through the lessons we've learned. One of the lessons that I have learned from what I have seen is that if the UUA tries to manage an initiative, it's almost guaranteed to die. If the initiative comes out of the organic leadership of local congregations or other forms of leadership, it's much more likely to succeed. And I will use our most recent substantial failure, which was the Pathways congregation, and I served on the 3-member panel appointed by this board to look at that at great detail. And for some of us, this brings up pain. I know for our president, it brings up pain. But it is an example. If you look at the deep detail of that, it was going very well when the congregations in that area raised all the money and created a leadership structure for that enterprise. There was still too much hope and not enough practical planning by a long shot. But when you look at the detail, it was the management. Once the UUA took over the management of it, disaster began and proceeded forward. So and there are just so many examples of that. The only real success, significant success in the growth area, and we're calling it now innovation, but it's really just another pattern of the growth strategies are the UUA and its predecessor organizations have always done. If you look in the 1890s, you can see these in the directories, you can see these tiny little congregations the AUA planted in Nebraska and Montana that all died. And they were set up by well-meaning people hoping to be innovative and move the faith forward. So it's all of those, but being very practical, having it be based on more hope, less hope and more practicality, and recognizing that we need to find ways to support innovation but not manage it, unless we have learned a lot from our past. But we tend to overmanage organic growth and cause and help it to not succeed as a result. I will cite one example which I think of significant organic growth and change where risks were taken, and that is the transformation of the Meadville Lombard Theological School that has occurred in our lifetimes, which was a conclusion that an institution would die if it continued on its current course, and that case had to be made to very skeptical constituencies. Portions of the endowment were spent without being sure how it would come out, but it was carefully managed, risks thoughtfully assessed, and the outcome is a very different and very vibrant institution. A traditional seminary is now an entirely different kind of entity that actually is anticipating the kind of ministries that Teresa described. And so those kind of transformations are possible and can be done. And I mention that in particular because even when risk-averse people like me are involved, it can come out okay.
Thank you, Larry. James, and then Patrick, and then Julia, and then we'll stop and see where we are in terms of time. And is there any more we need to say about this? James?
Very quickly. First, Larry is completely correct about Meadville Lombard. You should go see it. It's an amazing place. I mean, they really have. It's amazing. I'll never, ever get to correct Larry on history again. But not all of the plantings of the AUA in the 19th century were failures. The First Unitarian Church of Dallas is one of those churches that was founded by an itinerant minister who was out on the path planting churches for the AUA, and I'm very thankful that he was there.
All the Iowa churches.
Thank you for correcting the record, Patrick.
Correct.
And I will observe that we do have one very notable success. We did have a fellowship movement that, despite all the pain that it brought, was stunningly successful,
Yes.
did not require a great deal of administrative assets and money.
Yes.
And I think we've made a real mistake in not learning from our successes.
And that was an extraordinary success, even though it often gets a bad rap.
Julian and Teresa, and then I'm really going to cap it. Teresa's going to have the last word.
Well, and you know as well, though, as anyone, that when Meadville turned this incredible corner, there were people who were professors or donors who left and said,
Oh, yeah.
that's crazy, that's not what the direction that we should be going in.
We were not looking for consensus.
So just to be aware that, you know, there's going to be strong opinions on all sides. You know, if and this board, you know, we're talking about, James keeps reminding us to take bold action. There will be people who push back against that bold action.
Yes.
I also want to say that, you know, when we were in San Diego, we were visiting the Chula Vista congregation, and we were sitting there hearing about, you know, their success story and such, and they said, oh, we just want to thank you because you're, what is a loan program or a grant program that an open loan program that allowed them actually to get started and to have that. And I don't know who was sitting next to me who whispered, yeah, we canceled that loan program, you know, a couple of years ago or whatever, right? But that program that created the Chula Vista Church no longer exists.
These facts are not sounding familiar to me.
These stats are not sounding familiar, he said, not with the microphone. I'm repeating for his behalf.
Maybe I'm imagining it then. So I wanted to point out there were some things that we were doing that we're not doing that were successful, but perhaps I'm incorrect. So I'd love for us to look back at that. The third thing is I appreciate your feedback, but I don't know that you addressed the heart of really what my question was in terms of collaboration, what the vision is. I know that you know, I heard that there are people who are struggling to do this in concert with congregations and they need support. I'm wondering, as the, you know, an executive of the UA, what is it that we can do to aid or support that entrepreneurial ministry? And what does the financial piece look like?
There are pieces to that. So for example, and it doesn't look like a lot of money, but at the end of this program, there are going to be some small grants. That's part of the program. There are going to be $4,000 or $10,000 grants for these people to help them take the next step, and that's going to be a competitive process. So there's what the association, I believe, can do, because I mean, I would love to have, and I've talked for years about having a fund that's essentially what I call religious venture capitalism, capital fund. But we don't have as a staff, you know, millions of dollars at our disposal to do that. So what we try to do that's appropriate is to identify these places that are terrific, bring people together, because that's often very important, try to spread those learnings as quickly as we can. Those are the kinds of things, it's often called curation, that we can do as a staff. We can't go and fund 20 or 30 different initiatives. We just don't have those kinds of resources.
Thank you, Peter. Teresa?
Well, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about some of the stuff the staff actually is doing in that regard. because Scott will kill me later. But before I do that, I want to just acknowledge there is one of those starts that's doing very well. Wellsprings in Pennsylvania is successful. It's not successful in the way that people originally envisioned it to be a mega church, but it's very successful. And so I don't want to say that there weren't, and they learned from what happened with Pathways. So I think there is a lot more institutional learning that you just may not have access to about how we've been learning from that. The second thing is about looking at some of the ways we're supporting entrepreneurial ministries right now. Beyond what Peter is doing, the funding panel gives grants. Most of these communities are funded by the funding panel, and they're given 3-year funds that have helped them be sustainable for a short period of time. And we're now partnering with the funding panel to provide training for all of those groups that have gotten those funds so that they know better how to use them and how better to sustain themselves. And so we're doing a conference next fall that's going to bring all of those groups together and have field staff then assigned to them as support people. So that's in the works. It's not something that's going to cost $1 million, thank goodness, because right now it's not there. But we're trying to figure out how to do that as much as we can within those current constraints.
Thank you all for your engagement in this discussion, and we have consumed the 45 minutes that we were going to spend a little bit of time on sort of this thing that Rob brought to us, but we'll get to some of that this afternoon, and we'll just see where it goes with the discussion of ends working with the candidates and what we don't get to today. And we can go late today, to be sure, for some of us, maybe all of us, but if that's your will, we can. If not, we'll begin. We'll certainly have more discussion on that by April, if not in a phone call to just give us information. So can we get Susan Geckler on the line and bring the social witness report, Commission on Social Witness report to us? There's Susan Geckler. Welcome. Are you ready for us? Let's first test the technology. Can you hear me? We can't hear you.
She's muted.
I had my phone on mute.
We can now hear you.
Hear me now?
We can. And there's no feedback, and I think we've got a clear signal. So what would you like to share with us this afternoon?
Well, first of all, I would like to introduce, there's one other commissioner who is joined us, and I think you might be able to see her image, Christina Solari. So I appreciate her being here also. What I'm going to talk about has been shared with the commission, and we have had conversations about this. I want to start by saying that this conversation, we appreciate the opportunity to come to the board and have a conversation. The invitation may have been triggered by what happened at the General Assembly last year, but that's not what we are interested in discussing, although if there are questions, we can certainly raise that. But we have been wrestling with some issues related to how the denomination, as a denomination, does social witness and what the interrelationship is of the various groups and parties that are charged with doing this work. So I'd like to just sort of give you some of our thoughts. I don't have to educate you about policy governance, but just sort of how we see it. With policy governance, the board sets the policy and the staff implements. But then you have these commissions, like the Commission on Social Witness. We are independent because we are elected in part by the denomination, by the General Assembly, and then we also have board representatives. I believe that the way that fits into policy governance is a discernment group. But I'm not sure that we're clear on what does it mean to discern and how does discernment influence what we do as a denomination. Can I ask, are you seeing, right now, are you seeing my slides?
We are not. Hold on just a minute. Okay. Do we have them?
Yeah, and let me see if I...
Have you shared those with us too?
Yeah, and it's supposed to be, I'm supposed to have a share screen ability here. So let me see if I can go back to here and
Stephanie
share screen.
Stephanie has something to offer.
Susan, this is Stephanie.
Yeah.
If you just move your mouse on the screen, you should see a pop-up menu on the left. Do you see that? There is a little there you go.
Okay. Okay. So anyway, so that now you can see my slides, right?
Yes, but it would be helpful if you enlarge them a little bit with the slideshow icon second from the left.
Okay.
At the top.
Mine's on full.
We're not seeing it on full screen.
Okay. Where is the icon for full screen?
You may want to proceed, and we can
okay.
We can see some of it. We can also see the slides coming up on the left. You know, when if you're actually working in the PowerPoint application.
Right.
But we can see a larger slide in the middle, but it is not super large. So if you've got a lot of words on a slide, we're going to have to be coached through it.
You should have this in your board packet also. So
that may be more useful for the board members, the trustees, to follow is in the board packet.
Yeah. If you look in the board packet under the CSW, we did share this in advance. So pull that up if they want to.
Yeah, they are. You can go. You can proceed.
Okay. So to reiterate, part of the issue is sort of what does it mean for discernment and how discernment influences what we do as a denomination. So if we look historically in the historical roots of the CSW, part of it was originally providing consultation to the denomination president on social witness activities. They met in Boston annually with the UUA president. Until recently, the bylaws stipulated that the president was a member of the CSW. So it had an advisory and consultation role. This was before policy governance to the staff, at least, in its original conception. What has happened now is that we really have become a facilitator of the process for developing social witness statements that delegates adopt. So that's not really discernment. The process for doing this work is described in a lot of detail in the bylaws. So there's not much room for the kinds of things you were just talking about innovation and flexibility. And then the statements that are developed and adopted at the General Assembly don't bind congregations. They provide some guidance to UUA staff, but in my conversations with UUA staff working in social witness areas, they don't, for instance, the current issues that have been selected for study and action are not a factor in staff decisions about priorities. So these are some big picture issues about sort of how does all this fit together. Those of you that have been around for a while know that several years ago the board proposed having only one issue for 4 years of study and action and getting rid of AIWs. The delegates agreed in part. They agreed to a 4-year process, but with 2 issues running in staggered sequence. The delegates did not agree to eliminating AIWs, but agreed to reducing the number. And in doing so, they actually made the whole process at General Assembly more complex, not less, although part of the idea was to take up less General Assembly time. And of course, at the Justice GA in Phoenix, the delegates agreed to suspend AIWs. And then what the local partners asked for was a statement. And there was no mechanism for doing that. And so they had to go through a sort of convoluted process to get a responsive resolution. So some of the issues that the commissioners see with current processes are that although, based on our understanding, statements of conscience carry the full weight of the denomination, and AIWs are only the consensus of delegates at one General Assembly, the amount of time and energy spent on AIWs versus statements of conscience at a GA skews their importance. Another issue is that for study action issues, there are statements that have already been adopted, but often the delegates aren't aware that these statements exist. They want to bring up issues that they feel are important, and issues that the denomination has no statements or no positions on are not even brought forward. And often the staff are most aware of what those gaps are. An example would be that the staff was invited a year or so ago to weigh in on net neutrality issues, and they couldn't take a position or weigh in because it was not anything we'd ever studied. Whereas one of the current study action issues is escalating inequality. It's an important issue, it is timely, but we have a statement that's very similar to that was done about 10 years ago, which probably provides enough direction for anything we would want to do that we wouldn't necessarily need that as a statement to guide the denomination's work. There's no time to fact check AIWs, so there is in this process inherently that we have to trust that the authors are accurate. And when we have found some errors after the fact, after it's already adopted, there's really no process to amend it and make a correction. There's also no process for updating adopted statements or archiving outdated statements. And then I think a big picture issue too is that there really isn't coordination of social action events at General Assembly. There are some initiated by the staff. There are things done by Standing on the Side of Love. There are also things done by the General Assembly Planning Committee. But I'm not sure that the current study action issues that were approved and selected by delegates are driving that process in any way. There are statements on issues that are on the UUA website. It's great that we are being proactive and we're taking them. But a lot of times those statements continue to have a prominent place on the website even after delegates adopt a statement, making it appear as if the official UUA positions were those written by UUA staff. So some of our thoughts are that, and this is one reason for bringing it to the board, we think that there really needs to be some overarching body that looks at how all these initiatives related to social witness are related, and should they be related? What is the role of a commission that should theoretically be discerning, related to the role of delegates, related to the role of staff and what staff does? How do we integrate the work of various staff groups with what happens at the General Assembly and local partners, the work of the UUA board? As I heard in the earlier conversation, we are a relatively small denomination with limited resources, and if there are many, many issues that we could be addressing at any one time. And part of the rationale for having something like the Congregational Study Action Issue process, it was that if we as a denomination can focus some concerted effort and energy in one area or two areas at a time, we could perhaps have a larger impact than we might otherwise. But but it means that we're not maybe as responsive when new issues come up. Another issue is that we as the Commission cannot propose any changes to the bylaws. So all the prescriptiveness in the bylaws related to these processes, we would be very happy to work with anyone that is interested in proposing changes to the bylaws, but it's not something that we have any authority over. We think that with relationship to the congregational study action issues, the process, once a topic is decided, seems to be working, and congregations are engaged based on the feedback that we get from congregations. But we might want to think about who can propose topics that most are in need of study and discernment and action. We might want to think about how we can showcase, perhaps at General Session, work that has been done on adopted statements of conscience. And they could be ones that were recently adopted, or they could be ones that were done a while ago. They could be things that were done at a congregational level, as well as things that were done or are being done at the denominational level. And then the final thing is that we think that there are opportunities to reconsider how we define and do immediate witness. And I will refer you now to a different document. And again, this is something that I believe that Stephanie made available to the board.
Susan, this is Jim Key. Let me interrupt you. And we do have that document. You've given us a whole lot of stuff to consider, and I can't imagine the board can discern that in the next 15 minutes. I'm going to suggest, and I'm looking at my trustees to see the sense here, that we continue the conversation that we began with Susan Weaver, the vice moderator, and myself, and the GA Planning Committee. The trustees need to know that we've sort of had some preliminary conversations around this as it relates to New Orleans. I believe we need to work on something that brings something relatively concrete and a fairly specific, or at least some specific proposals for the board to discuss and discern beginning in April. So I think we've got a lot of work to do for the board to begin the process of coordinating with all of these different stakeholders. You've well outlined the complexity and bifurcated, trifurcated efforts of our social witness, and that's come home to very specifically as it related to Black Lives Matter last year and some of the issues that might be coming up in New Orleans in terms of partners there. So I think the board needs to receive some specific recommendations from a group, and I'm reluctant to establish a working group, but I would like to begin with Susan Weaver and the executive committee, and perhaps give this board an outline of where we might go with this conversation at our February call. One of the things we need to do, and I think Susan Weaver is going to point that out in just a minute, is the action I think we can take or begin to have a discussion to take is, do we want to move on or look at the suggestion by the GA Planning Committee to suspend AIWs for 2017 while we work on some of these other more complex issues of bylaws and things. Susan Weaver, I see over there, so chime in.
Yeah, there's a couple of steps in relation to that. I think at the time we have the call in February, we ought to be working with the General Assembly Planning Committee on what some of these, use that as a time of experimentation perhaps of some of these suggested alternatives to actions of immediate witness. And I think that you could be presented, if we do go forward with a proposal to suspend AIWs in 2017, that we could at that time showcase it as these are some alternatives that we are looking at in New Orleans. Also, being aware that there may be some very specific things that we just want to do in New Orleans outside of whether it's, you know, an experiment. The other point I wanted to bring up is part of the reason Susan is here is that the board and the Commission on Social Witness are sponsoring a workshop together that's called A Vision for Social Witness. And we're going to be approaching delegates on some of these issues at the same time. So this would be an opportunity in the next couple of months to work, and also with someone on staff, on some of these ideas and presenting that to delegates to get feedback and possible input on some of those ideas. But the February call will be a good time to look at, with the General Assembly Planning Committee, not only the question of do we want to propose suspending AIWs in 2017, do we also want to use it as an opportunity for experimentation in New Orleans?
In my postscript, while the other trustees might be considering their questions for either Susan, is that the special group that's meeting to begin the planning for New Orleans, which is represented by the staff from the board, the Planning Committee, and from time to time Susan Geckler herself, is there is some consensus on that group that we would like the board to ultimately consider and approve suspending the AIWs for one singular year while some of these concurrent things are going on. And I see a question from Patrick. Not yet. So let me just get, are there specific questions of Susan on what she has shared so far? Do you need more information from Susan before we frankly put something together that I think the board can begin to act on? No? Are you okay with that direction we've been talking about? Rob has a comment.
Susan, I appreciate the depth of your analysis of the problem and of the proliferation of groups concerned with social justice and with how we do or don't bear adequate witness in the world. Rest assured that we as trustees are aware that the governance change combined with the heartfelt breadth of concern in the movement has created confusion for not only your commission but for others whose charges seem overly broad, so that as you try to fulfill the obligations of that charge, you run up against other people who are trying to fulfill the obligations of their charge. We are charged with trying to clarify that, and we intend to do it. It's in the queue. And I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you for taking the time to think this through. And you've framed a set of issues that we do need to address.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. Questions, comments about where we're going with this? Olivia.
So I guess leading into my question, I think there are a lot of people who don't necessarily realize that AIWs don't have a lasting effect. And I know from a youth perspective, we spend a lot of time focusing on these issues because we think they are important and want the opportunity to be able to make a change and then to go back to that. And so I was just informed last night, actually, that it's just kind of put in the books, and that's what happens. So I guess my question is the alternative, if we do suspend the AIW process, going to be a social justice mission or opportunity that will be substantial for that? Because I think we don't want to just like drop our accountability to social justice.
Oh, for sure not. I think the conversations that have been held by the smaller group, that's the struggle with how do we align all of that energy for social justice and frankly get I'll say a better result or a broader result. And the AIW for Black Lives Matter is an interesting case in point because it is certainly bigger than an AIW, let me say it that way. And both the staff and many congregations have responded to it. So I don't want to malign AIWs, but standing alone, they generally don't carry much weight except for the delegates that were active in it at that General Assembly. And what everybody is seeking in this group that I keep telling you about, staff, board, commission, planning committee, is something that is deeper, broader, can engage more people, you can bring people back to the congregation, and so forth. So that will be one of the things I think we have to safeguard is our central energy for and passion for social witness that's lasting. Tim, and did I see a card over here?
Deborah's up.
Tim and then Deborah.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly respond to what Olivia said. While it's true, AIWs are not directive and not binding, the staff does pay attention to AIWs as guidance of the sentiment of Unitarian Universalists, and of course particularly those who are at a General Assembly. So it's not that they are ignored, they just are not directive or binding.
Thanks for that clarification.
So I just wanted to lift up the fact of that group that you're talking about.
Could you turn it on for us, please?
I just wanted to lift up the fact that the group you're talking about is actually even larger. So the conversations that we're having are also with UUSC, UUSC Social Justice College, the Center for Ethical Living and Social Justice Renewal, local partners on the ground that are in relationship with the association, with the center, with UUSC. And so there's a deep commitment to looking at justice and how we live that out as we go to New Orleans. And so the thought of many of those folks wasn't anything in particular about AIWs, except for the fact that they consume a large portion of our general session time on multiple days. And so having the freedom to work with local partners about what those relationships and what those opportunities might look like, as well as really inviting the delegates to trust those multitude of folks to construct meaningful experiences. So we talked about, do we propose a particular manifestation of what an action of immediate witness that's not tied to the bylaws looks like? And the group that was looking at it really thought, we don't know exactly what it is yet, and so asking the delegates to give rise to a particular manifestation wasn't necessarily helpful at this point. I just wanted to provide a little bit of that framing.
Thank you, Deborah. Other questions? Susan, any comments you want to bring back into the conversation?
Yes, I mean, I would like to refer to the AIW alternatives that was provided and just point out that as a commission, we have suggested that there might be some alternatives to think about. This list was actually brought to the board of the UUA board in 2011, and the board promised some feedback, which was never forthcoming because other issues were bigger issues. But I think there are a couple of things. One, the delegates, I think, would agree to a suspension of IIWs for a year, and especially if they thought there were some alternatives. And I think we have to be careful based on what happened in Phoenix that we don't cut off alternatives for statements if that's what the local group decides is what would be most helpful to them. The other thing is that we could see it as taking one of the options that are in that proposal or some other one when we present it to the delegates and say that, or we can just say that we're going to pick one of those or something like that, so that it's viewed as this is an experiment, this is an option to try alternatives and see how it works, because then perhaps this is where we might want to go. So if the board's decision is let's suspend the regular AIW process, then I do think we need to think about what else there would be so that the delegates are comfortable with that decision.
Agreed. Do you have of those 4 possibilities, does the commission favor one over the other or have them prioritized, and what would be your best wish?
We have not done that. But we did do a poll in Phoenix of people who are attending the General Assembly there, who came by our booth, and we did ask for them for their feedback. So we have that data. We have some data. Granted, it's a few years old, that we can provide to the board with comments and suggestions if you would like that for your next meeting.
That would be useful. And I see a question from Michael. Did I not? No. Susan.
I just wanted to also comment that we were hoping that perhaps someone from staff could join us in this initial conversation, and we did make that effort. But what I really wanted to point out was that when Susan and I talked about this presentation, one of her comments, and it was a very good one, was that although this would be a good conversation, we would all recognize issues and that there was need for discernment, that we do create some steps for moving forward. And I do think at that February phone call it would be extremely helpful to at least have some possibilities that would be forward-looking in the next year for how we might further discern making social witness a more effective and clarifying how we as an association do social witness. In other words, you were saying not a working group perhaps, but further conversations perhaps with staff and Susan here, or a report following the New Orleans activities as to what was truly effective and whether the board next year would want to bring forth a proposal for either amendments to the bylaws or different opportunities for social witness or clarification of roles.
Thank you, Susan. And I think Susan Geckler, what you've achieved with your presentation is the complexity of it all, and you've gotten our attention. And it is, as Rob said, it is in the queue, but it is not deep in the queue. And the board will begin to get some possible paths forward in February, and hopefully we can get that a little more fleshed out by our April meeting. So we've got it, I guess, is what I want to signal to the commission, and it is our work to do. And I can't comment on why we didn't look at it in 2000 and whatever the year was, but it's clear from my engagement with any number of entities that we desperately need better alignment with all these disparate groups, and so I'm committed to do that. Michael.
One of the things that caught my attention in Susan's presentation when she talked about making changes to the bylaws that the CSWs cannot do that, but of course the board can. And with a smaller board and trying to leverage the committees to help us in what we're doing, it would seem to me appropriate that when a committee of the board or committee of the association sees a need for a bylaws and they're not authorized to do that, that they should bring that to the board rather than feel like, it's not our place to talk about it, we don't have authority, so and I sort of heard that tension, and I guess we need to maybe communicate to these committees that and other ways in which we work together as partnership.
Agreed. Thank you, Michael. Other comments? Any heartburn that needs to be burped out? Teresa.
I'm sorry I missed this earlier part, but did you talk about the staff and GAPC group that's been forming around this?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes. Yeah, this is sort of the impetus of this conversation and how it got teed up on the board. All right, Susan, any final thoughts from you and yours?
I don't have anything to add. I'll just ask if Christina, who's also on the call and is a commissioner, has anything that she would like to add. Christina, do you have anything you'd like to add? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I only have a short term so far on the commission. Been 2 years, I think, I've been on it. And my sense, if I could do what I wanted to do, I would get rid of AIWs and replace them with relevant issues that all the people that have been talked about, all the partners, all the organizations, staff, board, commission, that together somehow we figure out what's the most important issue at this point in time. So I think doing what you're doing for New Orleans is perfect, and I'm hoping that it's the beginning of getting rid of the AIWs. And what Michael said, Michael, did you suggest that, were you insinuating that the commission could possibly submit a change in bylaws to the board that then would be voted on or amended or whatever?
You could recommend it to the board, and then the board could make a decision to bring that bylaws forward. Yeah, that's what I was suggesting.
Okay, great. That's all. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Christina. Thank you both, and appreciate you bringing the report to the board. We are close to a break, and I think that we will take our break a little bit early, if that is okay. And let's reconvene at 2:35. 2:35. Recessed until then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and check your emails. Dear Abby gave a shout out to Unitarian Universalism in her column today, and I sent you all a copy of the email. I emailed the article to you. The current Dear Abby.
Absolutely. And feel free to, I'm not sure if they were about the conversation we had before.
I am sort of, and
It is what I thought it is. It's actually a brunch. Thursday. Brunch. Family. That's what we get to go. Just gathered everybody. Actually, Christmas Day.
Oh, I love it. So cute. That's been suggested.
So once you're in there, I wanted to have you back. Some of the
Is it you who are typing? Yes, okay. Oh, yeah.
here about. Well, we're in public session, so let me call us back to public session and let me report out that the board approved an appointment, but it is who's on the room? Get Elaine. Well, the board is here though. Yeah, I know. The board was already. But I mean, observers come and go. Okay, I'm going to. Do we need a motion to come back into general session? I've lost the train. We did that. Okay. Let me report out to the observers that we made an appointment, but the name is embargoed until in February when we receive the resignation of our vice moderator, Susan Weaver. So that will be reported out in the public way, probably right before our February called meeting. So stay tuned for that. We spent a fair amount of time on compensation generally, but more focused on executive compensation. We looked at some sensitive information about the senior leadership, but we began to talk about the process the trustees correctly thought needed to be in the public forum about some of the things we were doing to respond to issues of equity and gender parity and historically marginalized populations against the the majority. And we were talking about minimum wage. We got at some good stuff that people need to hear. So I'm going to ask you to roll back and repeat some of that last conversation, and the trustees can ask questions that have already been asked, the things that you want to remind Rob to put into the public domain. Patrick has a comment.
We'll skip.
So Rob, why don't you give us a flavor of what we were talking about relative to, let's start backwards with the top of the business, the top of the organization, and the bottom, the top 15%, bottom 15%, minimum wage. I thought that was an interesting conversation that should be public.
So based on my research, I think it's pretty clear that the top of our organization, so the top 15 earners, the Leadership Council, and several others, probably earn much less than what they could be commanding in the larger, broader marketplace. What's important to me is that our bottom earners, the folks at the lowest grades, the lowest pay levels, are earning, based on all of my research, much better than what the market is paying. We've set a $15 minimum wage for our lowest earning staff, and we have most of our staff at that level earn much more than that. So I think that's important for us as a justice-based organization to hold that up, to lift that up, and so that we can know that we're doing something right and good.
Did you want to comment on gender comparisons, or I think you had a comment about equity among people of color and non?
Yep, and I've also done some analysis based on gender and people of color, and it feels to me, at least based on my statistical analysis, is that we're not remarkably, there are not any significant problems that we're looking at there. Given the small size of our sampling, you've got one person who may be earning a little bit more than another in any given position, but when you aggregate by grade or by staff group, it looks to me like we've got a fairly good balance between what we're paying for men and women, what we're paying for white people versus people of color, that we don't have significant problems there.
Yes, Rob.
Rob, you also talked to us a little about the growth of the percentage of staff that are people of color.
That's a good question. We've been paying a lot of attention over the past few years, I think always, to our hiring practices and bringing in people of color. And we've been hovering around 15%, plus or minus, but we're currently at 20% people of color across the national staff, which I think is a really positive sign, and I hope it continues. But our hiring managers have been making some really important hires. Our field staff and Beacon Press, more specifically, have made a couple of important hires in the past year. So we are at the last EEO I filed this fall. We're at 20% people of color. The EEO is the Equal Opportunity. The EEO-1 report is a report that the federal government requires that we file each year, typically by September 30th, although they extended the deadline till October 30th of this past year. It's required by all employers of 100 or more employees to file, and it's a report of gender, count of gender, and count of racial and ethnic breakdowns. And this is a government report, so they don't get to the sensitivities that we have at the UUA, but they basically look at male, female, Latino, blacks, Asian Pacific Islanders, Hawaiians, and Alaskan, and so some breakdowns that way. So we've reported, and based on those counts, we're at, which is what I use to benchmark each year, we're at 20% people of color based on the EEO-1 report.
Are we ready to move into the discussion? Are we ready to move into the discussion of the process that will follow to set the new president's salary? This is the responsibility of the board to do this work, and I wanted the board to understand what the process was going to be, and of course the public to know as well, and certainly the presidential candidates certainly need to know. So take us through how we're going to do that.
So a good number of years ago, the then board asked me to put together a report and recommendation on what the new president's salary should be. And so 8 years later, or 7 years later, we're looking at that again. And so what I propose for you is something very similar. Again, surveying other denominations and religious organizations as kind of similar to us, looking at the UUA salary recommendations from the Office of Church Staff Finances for what our religious professionals are making in our congregations. I'll survey other nonprofits, especially religious organizations, associations, and Boston-based organizations. I'll look at nonprofits of similar staff size to us in annual operating budgets. I'll look at our current incumbent salary information and provide that for you once again. And I'll provide some statistics from the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics on national and local cost of living. I propose to get that to you to Jim by August 31st, so you can look at that at the October meeting. And then set the new president's salary for the coming July 1st of 17, if that's helpful. And if there's other information that you'd like, I can provide.
It seems to be
you.
straightforward. Are there questions for Rob on the process and how we'll go forward? Everybody's okay with the information they have? Christina.
So just to be fair, when we're talking about compensation, salary is just one part of that. Is the rest of what we would be offering the new president as a compensation package fairly standard to other staff, or is there anything different?
It's a really good question.
She really always has really good questions.
We're just looking at compensation in terms of salary, housing allowance, and salary in lieu of FICA. So kind of that paycheck money. The president, at least in my time and as far as I know historically, has always received the exact same benefits as every other member of the national staff. With the exception of the terminal sabbatical. Is that what you refer to? So at the end of the president's term, the board approved many years ago a 1-year paid sabbatical for the president, and that's the only thing that differs from the rest of the staff.
Harlan.
Just to give you one particular example, when we were talking about how much we would charge people to park in the underground parking ramp on this building, the question came up: should the president have, free parking? And sorry to say, no. We said no. If the president chooses to get a monthly parking spot, the president will pay what anyone else would pay. We try to be attentive to that.
Very good. Any final questions for Rob? We're running about an hour behind, but I don't want to rush the questions from the trustees. Are we good to go? Thank you for your presentation and the fine detail of it, and spending some time with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm glad you weren't hurt.
Susan, I'm looking to you to talk about the governance working group. Do we need a 5-minute stretch break? Do you need a little setup time? What is your...
Jumping jacks.
We can't.
I can go ahead and start on my discussion if Stephanie will be able to pull up those 3 questions that I had. And you've got a couple of minutes. Don't panic. I have to talk first.
I'm sorry.
I've really got first a couple of items to report out on. And the first one is the delegate scholarship initiative that began.
Susan, I'm getting whispers and side conversations that I think the trustees need a little energy break. So
okay, 5 minutes.
Let's do 5 minutes and then we'll come back together. I don't want to be responsible for what happens if we don't do that.
We would probably just have people up here. Oh.
Can I suggest that we come back to the board table? We have still a fair amount of work to do. And let me give you a couple of announcements. Susan and I have spoken. Well, let's wait for the board to return.
Treasurer.
Who we're missing? Patrick.
He's right there.
Where?
Walking in.
Oh, good. He's behind the post. There he is. Now that we have our trustees back, a couple things. If for whatever reason you have hotel issues for tonight, your flights are canceled, guest quarters is booked, club quarters. But Stephanie says reach out to her if you need to find a place. She's found some for Tim and others. So do that. Also, we're going to do these votes first, the motions, so that those of you who do have flights that are going to take off or driving issues that you want to get away from, that's fine. Just take your exit when you can take your exit from the board meeting after the vote, if you will. Understood? Everybody okay with that? I'm sorry? Yes, he is. Thank you.
Oh, and with Andy back, have we been getting his votes on the motions yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Okay, are we all together?
Also, I have a motion that I'm supposed to bring forth that I have not emailed Susan, and I'd like a little bit more input from a couple of board members, and I'm wondering if we could make that motion at our phone call.
I think we should.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
I think that'd be better rather than rush it this afternoon. Rob?
There will, however, be a motion that will open the conversation about the regional gatherings and the elections and that stuff that the linkage group is bringing forward. But that motion has not been shared and it's not been discussed yet. So if we're actually going to have that conversation, we might be able to avoid a motion, but I was approaching it with a motion in hand.
Well, I think that we should have the discussion if we get a vast majority of the trustees, a discussion, and that would come at a phone call meeting too. I believe the trustees will need some time to think about that before they're asked to vote, 30 minutes after we've discussed it. So we're good? So Susan.
We have, I believe, two motions from earlier today and yesterday. First was the motion regarding the endowment. Remember, we asked for some rewording of that. And I can hardly see it. So the new wording is that moved that the UUA's endowment payout policy, section Appendix 2D, be amended that the amount made available for expenditure from the association's endowment in a fiscal year shall be the weighted average of the prior year's spending adjusted for inflation, weighted at 70%, and the trailing four-quarter average market value of the endowment as of the previous December, multiplied by 5.5% in fiscal year 2016, 5% in fiscal year 2017, and 4.5% in fiscal year 2018, and thereafter, parentheses, weighted at 30%. However, the spending rate must be at least 4% and not more than 6% of the trailing four-quarter average market value of the endowment as of the previous December. Is that what everybody understood we discussed yesterday?
So there you have the motion. I'll ask for comments. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. Are there any comments? And I believe that Andy had a comment on this. Did he not? Andy, are you on with us? Andy.
I am.
Did you wish to speak to this one?
I just want to say quickly that with gratitude for the folks who worked on this and appreciation of the reasoning, I'm going to vote against, and I want to say why. I don't have to tell you, I'm sure that we live in an age of seismic and rapid change, and that religion is not spared from that. I saw a quote recently from Jack Welch: if the rate of change on the outside of an organization exceeds the rate of change on the inside, the end is near. I think the administration has rightly sensed that this is the time to step on the gas pedal as far as innovation goes, and I think it would be a shame for the vehicle to sputter for lack of fuel. I'm not making a proposal, but I could imagine a board conversation about the right size of an endowment. whether ours is too large for a religious organization that wants to innovate and wants to do big work in the world. Maybe we would decide we want to flood the administration with one-time resources for innovation. Maybe we would decide we want to raise the draw on the endowment for a certain number of years. I don't know. The motion before us, I think, assumes that reducing our budget, or at the very least taxing staff and volunteer resources to find money elsewhere, is a fair trade for preserving the current size of the endowment, and I am not sure I agree. Therefore, again, with deep respect for all the folks who are involved in proposing it, I am going to vote against this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Tim, you had a comment or question? Nope.
No.
Were there other cards? I'm sorry, I missed the. Are we ready for a vote then? Is that about ready for a vote or question?
There's a comment.
No, I'll entertain the comment.
No, I absolutely agree with Andy. Andy, with everything that you've said. I think that doesn't preclude me from voting in the affirmative on this, but I encourage that that spirit and that conversation. I hope it's something that we take up very soon, because I think that there is there's life in that offer, in that idea.
Well, I certainly think I agree with you. I think it is a discussion that that we ought to engage in, perhaps as early, not perhaps as early as April. So I favor that. Dorothy and then Tim. Tim B first. Tim B first.
Yeah, I mean, the expense of getting too technical on this, the endowment, what we call the endowment is really in, let's just simplify it and say, two parts. One consists of gifts which have been given to us, often in bequests, that specify that they are permanent endowment and the corpus shall not be violated. And the other part is just unrestricted funds, for instance, the proceeds, net proceeds from the sale of our buildings, which is unrestricted. So this formula is applied to both. However, the former, those restricted gifts, we are actually subject to Massachusetts trust law in managing those funds, and I as treasurer and you as trustees are obligated to manage that in such a way that the value of that is maintained over the long term. So in the future, if this board decided, you know what, we have something we need to, we're compelled to spend some money on, there is unrestricted endowment that could be drawn for something like that. But the restricted endowment really cannot be touched.
Got it. That helps frame it. James.
Andy, I just want you to know, in spirit, I completely agree with you, and I think I've made that pretty clear in things I've said around the table. So we have two jobs we have here. One is a fiduciary duty, and I think we're just exercising that. We're doing what is prudent in terms of managing our endowment spending. That does not preclude, the administration coming to us and asking us for money for something, out of the endowment, and we had that conversation today. So I think I agree with Julian. We can do both things.
Tim.
Well, my question changed. So, fellow Tim, I have a question for you. I just want to be clear, because how you worded it with your response left it a little vague to me. So, are you saying that we need to pass this so we're in compliance with the law, or are you saying that over the long term we need to make sure? So I want to just be clear that. Okay, so just want to. The way you worded that made it seem like we needed to pass this in order to be in compliance with the law.
No, but I'm just saying the board's fiduciary responsibility is to manage those restricted funds over the long term such that they maintain their value. But markets fluctuate, and you can be under or over in any short-term period, but over the long term you're supposed to manage the funds to maintain their value.
Okay, are we ready to vote? All those in favor of this motion, raise your card. Thank you. Those opposed? 2.
I should be voting for Andy.
You're voting for Andy. Yeah. But you got your CLF bona fides. Thank you. Next, Susan.
Okay. We had one more, Stephanie, that we went over this afternoon. Yes. Was the Appointments Committee. So this is the one that Tim, do you want to just present this?
Let's let Tim take us through this.
Over at lunch, Michael and I met and we worked on the language. We emailed out to everyone. I don't know if you had a chance to review it. We reworded the stuff in the beginning. From what I gather, that wasn't really the bulk of the concerns about this. So could you just scroll to the bullet point part? Make sure we have all those up. So we reworded and tinkered with some of those to make the language less steeped in dominant culture. That's how I'd word it. So go team.
So we're bringing it forward as a motion. That's so moved. Is there a second? Second. Any questions of Tim and the intent of this? We're ready to vote. Christina, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to express my appreciation for that team getting that done over lunch and coming up with some beautiful language.
Great, Christina. Rob.
Just technical thing. This was brought by a working group.
So it doesn't need a second. Got it. I was thinking the modification. Anyway, doesn't matter. We've got it. Ready to vote? All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? And you're hearing from Andy as we do these. Very good.
Either that or she's voting herself.
Thank you.
You need a writer's cert. She gets a vote.
Susan, what else?
And I understand that's all we have right now. The motion brought to us by the General Assembly Planning Committee was for discussion purposes, and we'll be taking up whatever form we decide we need for that at the February phone call.
Very good. Very good. So let's move to Susan's discussion with us on Reimagining Governance Working Group.
Okay. And Stephanie, you can go ahead and pull up those questions. Really, I just have a couple of items to report on, and then we're going to move into a discussion for as much time as people feel they have time to take. The Delegate Scholarship Fund that Jim started as an initiative before GA this past year, and we had a collection of about $18,000 for at General Assembly. This is the scholarship fund in support of the board initiative to provide assistance to youth, young adults, people of color, and those from historically marginalized communities who attend General Assembly as delegates. The news is that the General Assembly Planning Committee has allocated $42,000 for scholarship registration, which would effectively cover registration costs for, I believe, up to 120 delegates. And this is a one-year experiment. The gifts received by the Delegate Scholarship Fund were at, as of January 6th, this may not be completely up to date, but we're at about $26,000. The board has met the matching fund challenge from the Davidoff Fund for Lay Leadership, and in turn, that fund generously increased its assistance to $7,000. So what this means is I believe we will end up with net approximately $25,000 to $30,000 to go towards travel expenses. The Reimagining Governance Group had a discussion of those funds and agreed that we would not set a specific amount across the board for what would be given, simply because we want to be able, for those of particular financial hardship that we would want to encourage, we want to have the ability to offer more, but we will probably present a range of what may be available when people fill out forms. The applications for these will be part of what is called the General Assembly Scholarship Application. It's a unified application. There are 3 potential scholarships now that one could apply for. That would include matching grants from the General Assembly Planning Committee that have been in place before, youth and young adult grants, and then the description of the Delegate Scholarship Fund grants. In our case, the congregation would be expected to underwrite some of the travel expenses in conjunction with the fund, with other funding sources, that might be available. But again, we did not decide that we would send a definite amount, just that we would ask for a certification that that the congregation was providing some scholarship assistance. Another item that, and Christine and I just had this conversation, is that when we present the description of these funds, when we message what they are, we should make clear that we are encouraging these scholarships for new assistance to delegates. In other words, congregations that are already providing assistance should not be pulling back funds because these General Assembly delegate scholarship funds are now available. And there's no, yes, Jim?
Now, I just wanted to sort of have an exchange with Christina. If she could, are you comfortable putting together a Facebook post, and then I would ask the trustees to repost as they are comfortable doing so, because this I think needs broad distribution. We'll get it in the report. Anyway, so we can talk about that offline. I just wanted to make sure that all of us shared in the sharing this. I think it's good news, and when I've talked to the DPA and others, that they are excited about it.
Our timeline with this is to have a final description to staff by the end of the month. So when that's in place, then you could work from that more easily to get your Facebook description off, and I'll just forward it to you.
Tim has a question.
I would just ask if we could get the administration's help in making a nice graphic to post out there, because that's what's going to get shared more than just a Facebook post from the Board of Trustees.
Fair request. Thank you. We'll consider that, won't we?
And there's a point, when people apply for these scholarships, of course, they can apply for, check the box, apply for more than one. Of course, as soon as they apply for the delegate fund, obviously they're going to GA as a delegate, and that takes them, that clearly separates them from the other scholarship applications. And although the registration, the unified registration application has a point system to it, so many points for the last, depending on when your congregation last sent somebody to GA and your demographic or the size of your congregation, it's a fairly complex system. I don't believe, and we've had this conversation, that we want to use that same point system with these. We're simply looking for somebody who is in need, who meets these qualifications, and I see it basically on a first come first serve, as long as they meet the very basic qualifications, and they will not fall under this rigorous point system. The board does have an obligation under this to provide a pre-GA webinar for scholarship recipients. This is to orient them to the process of being a delegate. This is much more nuts and bolts than what we've done in the past. And I think we will probably have to do 2 separate webinars, or you will. And these will have to be one, just the process of being a delegate, the support that the people need if they have never served as a delegate. And the second webinar would be what we normally do in terms of what the substance of general sessions will be, which I think will be shorter this year. Are there any further questions on that item? Second is the delegate discussion at GA 216. Our group discussed in October that we would like to create a forum in general sessions where we could have a breakout session for delegates on issues important to congregations and the future of the association. We do have all 18 breakout rooms at GA 216 have been reserved for an hour and a half on Friday during general sessions, and Susan Ritchie, who we've heard from earlier, has agreed to assist in formulating the content and discussion materials. I think her preview to us about that is that rather than focusing on questions of governance and General Assembly structure, that we move right into mission. And we have some interesting questions about ends. I think that is the way the content is going. We do anticipate having a training session for facilitators for those 18 sessions. We would need about 36 facilitators. We are planning on that on Wednesday, June 22nd, immediately after the board meeting, so that board members can attend. We've kind of looked at the schedule, and we know that people have other things they want to do that Wednesday afternoon, the Berry Street lecture or other things that they need to be at. But I think if we start it early, if we adjourn by 1:30, we can have that training session for facilitators. As far as this session and its structure, Jim and I remain in conversation with 2 UUs who we are looking at as consultants because we haven't engaged them. I'm not going to go into detail on their backgrounds, but they are either advising us or providing resources for setting up effective small group discussions and preparing the facilitation guides and training the facilitators. So we are looking for consultants on that. And of course, it is also to ensure that this is a multicultural, very inclusive process and that everyone is comfortable, and that we also are in our facilitators training ensure that we're covering that aspects of our group discussion.
Greg, you have a question?
Yeah, just a note on logistics for us. An hour and a half to move thousands of people to small breakout rooms means that we need to cut time somewhere. Either we're going to get an hour after the transition, or we cut half an hour during general session.
It comes out of the general session. I mean, we know that already. It will.
Yeah, it comes out of the general
carving
session.
it out of general session.
No. I mean, you have to make time for the transition.
Oh, of course.
From
Oh
general
yes.
session hall
Oh no.
to the breakout space.
It will not be an hour and a half discussion. This we know.
Thanks for the clarification.
And then the last item, and again, this is following up on Susan Ritchie's report. We felt that this group could use more kind of discussion and reflection on that report. We may want to come back in April with specific either a charge or further questions as the task force continues on its work. And we thought at the end of the day, perhaps a discussion rather than a report would be good. We have put 3 questions with respect to that task force report up on the slides. One is simply a reflection of what are your reactions to the task force report. We discussed covenant in terms of becoming a more building relationships based on covenant rather than membership. What covenant would inspire a greater sense of responsibility among organizations? And then what, and this is very broad, what further questions do we want the task force to answer? These are really for reflection. Our suggestion would be that you just form smaller groups of 3 or 4. Don't have to, you can go to another space. It was kind of late in the day, but take, what time is it now? I know we're, so how much time, given the fact that we're running behind, how much time do people want to take on this?
Probably none.
Probably none at this point. Yeah, so.
Rob wants his piece in, which wasn't on the original agenda. I think we need to spend a little bit of time on this. 10, 15 minutes to come and go. And
yeah, come and go, and then
you know,
I don't even know if we want to report back, just for people to think on it. And if you want to come back or email back.
Yeah, I think that's that's the answer. Is tease each other with what needs to be considered, and either all of you email or you select one of the group to email, whatever way works. Tim?
Just can we get those questions emailed to us as well?
Sure.
Thanks.
Can you do that? Do that. Thank you. And you don't need to. If one of them appeals to you far more than others, just look at one. It was just one or all 3 or whatever you choose. It's just a point of taking a few minutes for reflection on what more you'd like to know about the task force report.
Dorothy?
Yeah, I happened to drop in on your breakfast meeting, and I thought the plan had included that we would reread the task force report in preparation for this. Is that correct? Is that what you said this morning?
I think my concern is time at this point.
No.
We had hoped for that, but if you'd like me to I don't think people want to take 10 minutes at this point to hear the report again.
Yeah,
do we?
Dorothy?
I didn't finish. Well, my point is, I don't think we should rush this. So I'm wondering if it's a better plan that we take all of this under advisement so that we can take it seriously and get back to you in writing. Because it just seems like we're going to rush. We had thought maybe this would be a half-hour or 45-minute discussion, so, or work group activity.
Susan?
I think that's a very good point, Dorothy, and I would even say, is there any reason that we need to do this now? Could the board come back to this in April? The task force will be doing its work.
I think that's a fair discussion. I would send these out. Yeah. If anybody wants to begin to feed that back feed it to me, since we'll be going through a transition with the vice moderator, and that will inform the discussion that we will have in April. Is that satisfactory to folks? Yes, Caleb.
If it's easy, can you send it out with the report also, the audio?
That was in our board packet.
Sure. Thanks,
Yeah,
Caleb.
it's in our packet.
Tim.
Can I make a possible suggestion that I think this report is really interesting, and I think a lot of people would be interested to hear about it. So maybe we can all go back to our local UU communities and try, if we want to have a discussion about this, discuss it with some of the folks in our local UU communities with these questions as well. We could report back.
Excellent idea, and I saw some traffic earlier in the day that the task forces will be posting it on their social media. So I think it feels free to post it on your personal, certainly on the board, and certainly mention it in our report. So I think all of those will generate some to help you answer some of these questions. Good ideas all. Thank you, Susan.
Then I think we can move on to Rob's part.
I'm sorry this feels rushed, and we sometimes end up this on a Friday. So I appreciate those that say, well, you know, let's just back off and bring that later. So Rob, try to tee up for us what we need to consider relative to the discussion on ends and the conversation with the presidential candidates and how they might influence them or get buy-in to them.
This work is at the intersection of linkage and whole board responsibility, and Christina and I had lunch together to discuss this. We had a structure for the conversation, and I think we're going to try, but we're going to need to move through it quite quickly. So the origin of this proposal is in the gathering that we had on Thursday among the candidates, their good officers, their seconds, and the chair of the election campaign practices committee, and me, where it came up that joint appearances, that there is no structure in place for joint appearances by the candidates. And that has always been negotiated in past elections, but has been complicated because of invitations from individual districts or gatherings of donors in particular places that the candidate, that one or the other candidates wanted to go to. We felt strongly that the best interest of Unitarian Universalism would be served by the board creating the arc of the campaign by designating a series of gatherings, and that we could reinforce our commitment to regionalism as well by making them regional gatherings. That would mean 5 regional gatherings, because we are proposing 5 regions, and that they would occur between May 1st of 16 and May 1st of 17 to keep it away from the immediate, from being immediately before the General Assembly. So that's, and that the candidates would attend as a way to practice the role of prime informant, which they would achieve were they elected president. So that the candidates would have a forum in which they would be able to present as candidates do, but they would also be involved in a very carefully designed process that was intended to support the board's need to refresh the ends of the association. So we've got a couple of different philosophical approaches to the development of the ends. One is, I'm going to paint with a very broad brush, one is the people listen to the candidate for president and then cast the ends, or then have conversations around the ends. Another is that the candidates for president listen very carefully to those conversations as the ends are being refreshed or reframed or restated, and we don't know yet which of those it will be. And and they then are responsible for pursuing those ends. We thought, and the candidates both support this notion, that modeling a healthy, well-designed conversation about the future of the Unitarian Universalist Association, at which the candidates played a key role as both informants and listeners, would be a very healthy thing for Unitarian Universalism. It is a very challenging time frame, which is why I pushed to get it discussed here rather than in April. And Christina, if you would, could you lead a brief conversation about people's concerns, either political or otherwise? Go.
There we go. So the melding together of review, refresh, reframe of ends with the presidential campaign could inherently bring up some questions or concerns. And before we take this this idea more broadly and run with it, so to speak, we thought we would open it up for any questions, concerns that you all had since this idea was floated yesterday. And it's not necessarily to answer any of those particular concerns, but to collect and allow us to take a deeper dive into it.
Teresa, Teresa and Tim.
So I'm being the pragmatist here. Who will organize such events, and who will bear the expense of such events, and all of those practical questions, because there's only one regional gathering being planned at this point.
Please.
Do you want to collect these and then respond to them as we all at once, or do you want us to respond to them one by one?
I think that would lead us. I'm thinking about this. I think we should collect them because that's the one that comes to my mind is
All right, so
immediately.
I'm gonna collect them as they come.
Yeah, let's just collect them.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, Tim. Did you have?
So that was my first two questions as well, actually. Who pays, who's organizing, and what do we do if there's a region that doesn't want to have one of these?
Where do we do if got it? Others? Greg.
I'm not in support of this idea because it seems that this is introducing a lot of novelty into a system that already has novelty. We just had a new presidential search committee. Now we're going to have these regional gatherings, which we haven't had at all, so we don't know who would show up at them and who could afford to go. Also, our regions are of such varying sizes that it is foreseeable to imagine that some regions would need to have multiple gatherings in order for this to be an effective process.
Thank you, Greg. Got that, Christina? Good. Others? Considerations? Carlin, and back to Tim.
I just raised a question about the role of staff in this and the conflation of the election, which they've been instructed to remain completely impartial about, and governance work, which of course the staff does not get involved with, and their work as staff people in the regional gatherings where they exist. It's a complicated matter.
It's complicated and it's a short timeline. Michael?
I answered my own question. Okay.
Michael?
Yeah, I guess I'm concerned about the framing of this and how the candidates enter into this space. It seems to me fraught with that they have to be thinking, wearing two hats, like their position on the mission and how that's going to affect what other people hear. It's like if they start thinking out loud about stuff and then people walk away from that thinking, well, that's what they think. It's like, no, they were just, that's their process. So I see it a lot of problems with someone who is a candidate also participating in this process, where they're trying to do both, serve both purposes of creating a mission and also being an effective candidate.
Thanks, Michael. Susan and Peter.
Is prime informant a policy governance term? I'm trying to understand the process within a policy governance structure, and I think this brings up the tensions of do we have clarity on how the vision is set, or are we getting fuzzy?
Peter?
Another concern similar to Michael's is I would want a process, whatever was developed, to be very careful not to force candidates to express their vision in a foreign language. I mean,
no,
not
it's
only
a
to be cute, in a structure that is with which that doesn't capture the fullness of what they're trying to say.
Teresa?
I can't believe I'm doing this because I've been in favor of regional meetings for the last 5 years. So, but they take a lot of time to plan. To get a venue that's large enough to have that kind of gathering, you often have to have a year in advance to try to book those things. So I'm just concerned about the timeline in that sense, and I'm also concerned about the peripheral people that need to come. Like, does Jim need to go to all 5 of them? And, you know, are there obligations that then go to other people that need to be considered?
Thanks, Teresa. Tim?
If I remember right, there was that survey that went out about possible changes to GA, and there were some options listed, and regional assemblies were on that list and were ranked the worst idea on there.
Probably not the worst, but what didn't have a high rating. Others? This is good input for the group. Harlan?
I'm just smiling. A week before you leave, you're getting practical. It's always, we can do this! We can do this!
Are you getting what you need, Rob, Christina? Yeah. All right. What do we do next? James, did I pass you by? I'm sorry.
It just occurred to me, Rob, and I love the idea. I mean, the idea is great. It's one of those things where it might actually be easier to have more smaller meetings that don't require setting up special space, that require less planning and infrastructure. You know, so I know, for example, that my cluster in North Texas would sponsor something, and that's an outside organization. We're not relying on, you know, the staff to do anything. I guarantee you we would do it. And I think if you can find enough, I think we should be having these conversations. I think it would be great that we're engaged with the presidential candidates. But we have to, so think about whether there's a practical way to achieve the goal that doesn't have to answer all these other questions.
Thank you. Denise Rhymes has a comment for us. Did you have another epiphany?
Thinking about this in the context of the District Presidents Association, of which I'm currently the president, and one of the big questions that we've been dealing with is what, particularly with board and staff relationship, what is the role of the board? And I know in the southern region there was, before we did away with the board, there was, we couldn't answer the question, so we just got rid of it. We wrestled with our responsibility in the broader governance process. So I'm wondering, well, this is a good idea. I'm wondering if we ought not be generative in how we think about this. The implication is going to be a face-to-face meeting with a bunch of people who come together, and everybody goes to this one location and listens to, you know, participates in the conversation. What if we were to ask district, regional boards, elder groups, what have you, to sponsor these kinds of things and give that responsibility largely to the elected officers in the districts? Do it via Zoom meeting or what have you, and whoever's interested can chime in. It puts the it gives, I think, an important role to district governance, and it puts some responsibility in the hands of not only district boards, for whom I think this is an appropriate task, it also puts responsibility on individuals to show up to listen and participate and give their feedback and opinions.
Thank you, Denise. Rob?
Wonderful input, really. Thank you. You've raised a lot of issues that we have also thought of. I guess I want to say a couple things. One, I think that it's an opportunity for the board to take leadership, per se. I agree that there could be 5 locations with live streaming from those locations, with those who can get to those locations easily going to those locations. I imagine them not being retreat centers or hotels, but being, frankly, large buildings owned by Unitarian Universalism. So where there's a large enough church to house a few hundred people, and we have some of those, we have them in each region, I believe, with maybe one exception, we would just do this. And we would, and I can imagine the middle judicatories being involved, though I worry about that, and I'll say it out loud, because it furthers the impression that they have governance authority. And I do not want to further that impression. I think it's not true. And has been a problem, but only since merger on the Universalist side. Before that, it was only a problem for the Unitarians. I'd like to solve that problem, and this could help to do that. So I don't mean to be flip at all. I think that many of those suggestions are really important, and given our timing, I would suggest that Christina and Jim and I kind of massage and come back to you or send you an actual proposal on this, and that we don't spend much more time on it right now. I do think there is real benefit in the board exerting its authority and its responsibility as a convener and creating the arc of opportunity in this electoral process, while at the same time beginning the process of renewing and refreshing the ends of the association. I think we already share many of the concerns you've raised. I actually think this could be done if it was done at a more humble level than our gatherings usually seem to require, that this could be done without a whole lot of staff time. However, I want to point out that the board's obligation is to renew and refresh the ends and to conduct an appropriate process to do that. That's going to take staff time. It's going to require staff support. And how we do it remains to be developed. The other thing we were planning on doing today is giving you an example of the way powerful questions can help to frame small group conversations, either virtual or face-to-face, which then can help the board to articulate ends that are reflective of the concerns and the prophetic imagination of the movement. But I don't think we want to spend time to do that right now.
No, nor do I. Denise, did you have another comment?
Just a quick clarification. I am not advocating for district boards to take on the role of broader governance. It's more about having them participate in linkage.
Yeah, good.
And help facilitate that.
Thank you.
How are we? How's our energy level? Tim's had a 5-minute energy break.
Really low.
Really? Before we move into our closing activities, we owe Rob some talking points from the afternoon. So he's got a lot of writing to do.
Less than you think.
So we heard from, in the afternoon, we heard from Teresa, we heard from Peter, we heard from Susan Geckler, we heard from Rob Mola, we heard from Susan in this last piece. What's the takeaway that we really need to communicate, at least in the longer list before we start winnowing it down? Tim?
I think it's important to lift up how the Commission on Social Witness has approached the UUA board about making changes to the social witness process, making it clear that the CSW approached the board with some suggestions rather than being the other way around. I think that's important.
Good point. Thanks, Tim. Others of you? That exciting an afternoon, huh? Do you have some things that you can think of that you do not need help? Patrick does. Thank you, Patrick.
I would particularly point out that the analysis of UUA pay structures indicates that we have a very equitable pay structure across race, gender, with concerns for locality and things, and that we have achieved a certain relative equality in a country where inequality is the increasing norm.
Yeah, I'd like to pull in that top 15% under and the bottom 15% over. Greg?
I'd like to limit that talking point to gender because we did not have enough data about race.
Thanks. Julian? Yeah.
And it seems more that it's equitable, not equal.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
You know, pointing out the obvious. We did this. We did this before the lunch break, right? So we have the JTWTC conversation covered.
Yeah, I think. Yes.
Well, I wrote down JTW tensions around assessment and monitoring. What else do you want me to write down?
Well,
I thought that's what was important.
I think that is important. I mean, the work that they're doing around Black Lives Matter stood out for me, but I'm not sure in
I
what.
don't know what it is.
I'm not sure. Thank you for finishing my thought there.
I don't know what to write about.
Well, let me chime in here because I think you can. I would like to see us report that we are considering and working toward alignment and of our various entities that are working on social justice and name them perhaps, but it certainly communicate that with other folks. I'm talking about Susan Geckler's report, aren't I?
Right. I think I could go so far as to say, as part of our response, as following through on the resolution around support for Black Lives Matter, the JTW is designing a study process, blah blah something.
Yeah, what stood out for me was that they are looking at the congregations that have put up signs and what the ramifications are, but not that. But in particular, what stood out for me in that was that they're looking at the internal dialogue within those congregations that is going on. If I were to understand the report correctly, which has, I think, quite a bit of meaning.
Dorothy?
Yeah, I guess this is a point of order. There were some things we discussed in executive session which can't be referred to now. And I just as a new member, these talking points are for what?
For a board report that goes out as quickly as we can develop a sort of a summary, not minutes, just a summary of what's getting the board's attention.
Right, it goes out to the board.
No, well, it does, but it goes mostly out to the public.
Oh, then there's some other way we'll have to deal with furthering discussion of things that came up in executive session that were process issues.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that would be internal to the board and stuff we still have to do.
Yeah.
Michael?
Yeah, the fact that we gave instructions to the appointments committee to put together or to make recommendations for a moderator nominating committee. I think the people who read this type of report, those are probably the people we want to know that they should be putting their names forward.
Caleb?
Just talking about the conversation we had about entrepreneurial ministry. Specifically, I really like Larry's line about supporting innovation, not managing it. I think that's an important discussion.
Thanks. Christina?
It's all blending together. Teresa, was your report after lunch? So the points in Teresa's report about strategy, about ministry, about APF to gift, and resources on staff?
All good.
Something in there. I know. Look at Rob's over there. He's like, how do I put all that?
Well, I've got 30 items, and I'm not going to do 30 items, but this is important input. What you were seeing was my questioning. I mean, I think we should honor and recognize that we heard a presentation from Teresa, but to say that Teresa's priorities in that report, if we report on Teresa's priorities as a public document of what the board cares most about and what we want people to know, I am concerned that it could be misinterpreted. We're talking about communicating to the movement as a whole what the board cares most about in terms of what we did here. Not a comprehensive report on everything we talked about, one. And two, we have a president, we have an administration, and it feels iffy in terms of our communications to overstress a very thoughtful and important exit interview between the board and an executive.
Christina.
I would agree if we were doing that every meeting, but we're not. And I think it's important that as we have somebody who has given so much time and devotion to our faith movement, if she's saying that these are things that she would hope we're keeping in front of us as we move forward, I think that's worthy of noting as something that hopefully we will keep at least some of that as we move forward. I think I agree with you if it was a normal report from Peter, from Larry, or from Tim, but this was specific to what her experience has been over time, and in that way, I think it's important.
Thanks, Christina. At the end of the day, it is the role of the secretary to distill and discern and report. And you'll probably get one shot at seeing the draft, and that's when I think we need to really feel strongly about this, that, or the other, and see where we go with that. Teresa.
I will circulate a draft, but I'm not interested in comments after you have had an opportunity to respond to it. And then we go to press, because I've gotten a number of those in the past. But what about? So when I circulate the draft, I'll say, like, you have 48 hours to respond, and if you do, that's great. And I did before, and I will again take your suggestions seriously, but not after the fact.
Teresa.
As much as I love the idea of those things, my thoughts being taken into there, there are two things. One is, I think Rob is exactly right. The board hasn't voted on anything. The board hasn't agreed to anything. So I think in that sense it's not appropriate to report. But the other is that Elaine McCardle is over here writing an article about me that will feature some of these things. So it will go out into the ether.
Very good. Are we comfortable with moving into our process observation? Julian.
Okay, well, I have to say that we've done a better job at this meeting than at any other point in the shared responsibility for process observations, in multiple trustees sharing concerns related to our anti-oppression, anti-racism, and multiculturalism work. There were certainly dips in low energy, particularly in the late afternoon, and also around the CSW conversation. I felt like people were a little disengaged for a piece of that. I think we did a really great job in terms of tech in making sure we could understand everyone clearly. Bravo to the tech team and to Stephanie. There were certainly conversations that stood out around dominant culture, which is really healthy that we're recognizing aspects of the dominant culture, and when we are heeding to a dominant cultural paradigm without any critique or acknowledgement. So I thought that was actually good that it's being brought up. There was a lot today, though, and part of the challenge is that some of this also happened in executive session. That there are clearly process implications that come out of that, which the board will need to continue a conversation around. So I just want that to be captured. But I invite other members of the board to share your thoughts on or any observations you have from today. Why don't we start around?
This is super quick, but back to technology. I noticed that Ben's face in the JTWTC call we couldn't see it, but we could see pretty much everyone else's face on the calls, except for Andy's. No, we did see Andy, I think. So I think it was just Ben, which I thought was interesting. I think it's important to have that, be able to see their face. Probably just a technology reason.
We're going around the table. Tim?
Are we going around the table?
I don't. We are going around the table.
I'll pass.
Rob?
I want to acknowledge, as I already have to Dorothy, that there was a lifetime of energy in my minor outburst around process and being over the top. And I just think we need to struggle to find the right balance between the incredibly important work of calling one another and calling out the dynamics where dominant culture is second nature and people are feeling excluded or not heard, and spending so much time on process that we lose the energy to get stuff done. And I've struggled with this all my life in ministry, and it's both are important, and how do we achieve that balance? And how do we achieve that balance when there's a wide range in the room around what that balance even is, and which is more important? And it's not binary, but there is a tension here.
I think process-wise, what I'm most concerned about right now is I felt like we said a fair amount today that we'll continue this discussion later on, or we'll continue this discussion in April. And now I'm worried we're going to have a lot to do in April. And I'm worried that maybe this 2-day thing isn't going to, is it going to work out? You know, the shortened board meeting. I felt like we crammed a lot of heavy stuff in the past 2 days, and I'm sure I'm not the only one feeling a little zonked from it. Should we let Michael go real quick if he has anything, or?
With the when Peter made his report, the conversation afterwards, I found it really difficult to sort of follow. Seems like there was a whole lot of information. People were citing facts, bringing things in, and it seems like there was a lot of good material there, but it didn't. It was hard for me to sort of capture it all. People were talking about examples of successes and failures, but we were launching into detail, and it seems like different people had different pieces of that story. I didn't feel prepared for that conversation. I thought it was really rich in a lot of ways, but it didn't seem like it was set up very well. And so I don't know when the president reports, they're giving a report, and then we can kind of riff on it in so many different ways that it's hard to set that up so that it can be a full conversation that we can get value out of, rather than just sort of. Anyway, that's sort of my thought. Thank you.
Traveling mercies.
Tim, did you want to? Okay, and I actually wasn't planning on going on to every single person, and I realized since we're doing that, I skipped our president. Do you have any comments? Okay.
So this did not need to be said at the time, but it occurred to me while we were in executive session that we had a fairly energetic conversation that it just triggered the thought for me that the anxiety that seemed tangled up in it might not actually belong to it, that other things going on may have found a convenient place to perch. And I don't know that that's a truth, but since it occurred to me, I thought I would share it.
I'll reiterate this, and it's also kind of a response to Rob, that some of these issues, some of these process concerns, some of these concerns that we've announced about trust or lack thereof are predicated on relationship. And we have sacrificed intentional ways of building community in favor of shorter meetings. And okay, we don't have incidental run-ins anymore. That means we have to do it. We actually have to do it. We have to say no dinner on your own, and we're going to spend more time together afterwards. So those types of things. And I also, figuring into that, I remain deeply concerned about how we make decisions, not which decisions we make. I think we're bringing really good intentions to them, but it feels like giving a lot of lip service to how we're challenging dominant culture if in the moments that matter most, we don't challenge that.
I'm enjoying sitting someplace different.
So I continue to lift up to the board in our process observation struggles with when we are in those difficult conversations and difficult decisions, our time constraints, I don't think are bringing out our best conversations. I think the fact that we did and took the time during executive session to really get at some of that, I don't think would have necessarily come up if we hadn't taken that time. I continue to experience some of our conversations very much as General Assembly, where we have people who speak a pro or a con, and then a vote is taken, and then we move on. And I'm not saying that, again, I think to Greg's point, that I'm not saying that we necessarily are arriving at a bad decision, but the process of the decision is deeply troubling to me. And I think the shorter board meetings definitely feed into that, but also from a cross-cultural competency point of view, I know that that's one of the things I'm feeling, and also leads to the additional, levels of exhaustion towards the end of the meetings. And I just would love to see a way for us to tackle that.
I suspect I speak for everyone when I say thank you to the tech team. Thank you for Stephanie. And thank you for Teresa.
This has been kind of an emotional meeting for me. I have watched the struggle with the process, and I think in difficult circumstances that everyone was doing their very best with what their values were and what they wanted to achieve and bring to the board. But I'd also say be a little gentle with yourselves, because this was a difficult meeting in some ways. And that if I had been able to handle things any differently, I assure you I would have. I know what difficulties this caused. But I also think you will work out the process. I think, though, I lean a little bit to a concern that we are concerned about process, and we are concerned about multiculturalism, and we have to balance that with our concern for our outward focus too. And I don't know how to say that in a way that isn't perhaps dominant culture. I don't know. And I listen, because perhaps there is something that I really don't fully understand, and I'm open to that. And I think that you should still keep open the subject of how long the meeting should be, but that you should give this more time too. I would not make any rash decisions on what to do about meetings, particularly since people have them on their calendars now. But looking forward, it's something certainly that this group should bear in mind, what kind of meeting time you need. You're a wonderful group of people. I've really liked my time with you.
Susan, I just need to say again how much I've appreciated your support since you took this role, and maybe I'm more aware than most in terms of why the immediacy of it, and I certainly wouldn't take away anything but love and affection for your work, and I don't think you created a process issue for us. I think these are issues that these boards have struggled with since I've been watching them for years. I think this is I don't think we should accept it as a normal tension that we just learn to live with. I think that each board meeting is a learning for me, and I hope it will be for others. But again, my deepest thanks for your service and, frankly, your loyalty to me. I very much appreciate it.
Well, it was relieving of tension for me to finally make it here. And also, I was surprised at the beginning of how emotional I was in sharing. But I think it's in part because though I know we're here to do specific business, I just think of you as an extension of my church community. And I feel I bring an expectation of it being a safe place. And also, I mean, obviously, I've had contact with you all through our Zoom calls and other ways. And so, but anyway, I'm very pleased to be part of this group. And of course, I've not experienced any other kind of meeting in terms of the length. Some were commenting maybe these shortened meetings are a bit problematic. I would flip that and say, well, maybe it's the fierce urgency of now that allowed certain things to come out, that when you have more time, you maybe hide in the interstices and don't deal with things. Yes, I think there is the consideration of balancing efficiency and outcomes with other considerations, what we're calling process. But when you consider some of what we were trying to process today, none of us is particularly good at it, and therefore we can't be but so efficient at first. So I think we have to have patience with one another to tolerate bumping our noses and scraping our knees and not getting it quite right with faith and covenanting that we will get where we need to get, and just we need to bear with it and not be too worried about we're not getting this quite done, because talking about things that go across race and class and gender and sexuality and all that, we're just not very good at it. So I think we have to give each other wide berth for that.
Two or three things, and they'll sound inconsistent. They're not really. You just have to work through them later. I think it was great to hear from some of our committees. We should regularly hear from our committees, or we shouldn't have them. We had, however, too many of them today, and we had too much at us, and I think that took a lot of our time, and it didn't lead to great conversations. So I think every time we are getting a report from one of our committees, it should be with a purpose. We should, like, for example, I felt sorry for Susan Geckler, because I think we should have maybe teed up, do we want to change the AIW process? But instead, we had a long report, and we tabled the whole thing. So I think we could have picked up some time. I think we could be more efficient. But on the other hand, I think you go forward, you should not have a committee that you never hear from. So that part of it's good, Jim, that they were here. Dorothy's presence and contribution is a real underscoring for me of how important it is to be in person, because I don't think that we could. The video conference meetings just didn't do it for me, Dorothy, and you had no opportunity to be engaged, and that was my last point, which is the collegiality thing. And you're right, Patrick. there was other things that I was thinking of, and I didn't get emotional. I just said one thing, and that was, every time a decision gets made by something less than the whole board, it creates tension in the room. And I think go forward, it's such a small board that we should avoid making decisions that don't involve the entire board being in the conversation. It's not about disrespecting the executive committee or anything like that. But that can be a source of tension. It's not the first time it's happened. Collegiality is a wonderful thing, and that's why we have to create time for real conversations, because that's when the wonderful things of policy governance happen. And that's the experience I had in my church, and that's why I'm here. We could do better at that. Everyone here is brilliant. Everyone is engaged. We just need to make sure that we give ourselves time on every decision that we make. Process really does matter, I think. So, thank you.
So today's another example of how I've learned something from you, and we'll take that with me. When I was talking with Elaine about some of the things I've done in my time at the UUA, one of them was regionalization, and I told her that that was a faith-building process for me, because the people who stepped up and into the work were taking it very seriously, did it deeply with spiritual grounding, and it was an amazing set of conversations, and that has been the case with this board. So I thank you for the ways in which you have built my faith.
Yeah, I'll just comment on what Tim said about how we tend to push back conversations. And I've noticed that at every meeting, it's gotten a bit better at this one, but making sure that when we have important conversations, unless we need more time to reflect on them, that we make time for them at the present moment.
Tim, do you have anything? Pass. I'd invite our observers to share any process observations.
First, I'd like to thank you all for inviting me here as your guest. I appreciated being with you. I always thought that UUA and UUMA had a really great relationship. That relationship mostly is staff to staff, our staff and your staff. So Don Southworth in our case, and then Peter and everybody else on your end. The relationship between our board and your board, I think, could be a little stronger. You're bigger in scope, but actually we are dealing with all of these same things. And so what I observed this meeting is that you all spent a lot of time working on your fiduciary responsibility. And we've also done that. We struggle to carve out enough time for powerful questions, to even start crafting the powerful questions. And one of the realizations that we came to is that in order to do that kind of talking and interacting, we have to acknowledge that we're more than just our mind. And so we are taking care of our bodies too, and trying to play physically and move around and dance and sing and play. So I did observe that although there was a lot of good humor and great collegiality and affection, great affection, there wasn't a whole lot of playfulness in your conversation, playfulness and imagination like little kids do. Like, well, what if we did this? And what if we took all these things and built this thing? And because there isn't enough time in the schedule. And so that's a huge challenge for us as well. And I think it'd be great if our boards could come together, because we're about the same age. UUMA started in 1968, and we've got the same cultural institutional baggage that we're trying to slough off. So thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any other comments from our gallery in the back? Okay. I was going to say it, but you'd said it, not me. I think then this concludes the process observation.
Well, again, thank you for hanging in, considering these deeper, not only just process questions, but just relational questions that I think are important for us to continue to surface. I think my observation is that we seem to be more confident of raising them and not being abused by them. That's not to say that some of you may not feel like that there's pushback, but I feel that there's a lot of courage in the room. So maybe we'll play more next time. Thank you. I've got a reading, if you'll indulge me, but I will let those who just feel like they've got to run out. We've done the important work of our board. You will not hurt my feelings if you, it's a little longer than I usually choose, but it resonates with me. It's called It Matters by Robert R. Walsh. It's really sort of a New Year's reading, but I like it for this group for reasons I'm not sure I can identify. I knew a man who had printed on his stationery this proverb: nothing is settled. Everything matters. It established a certain ambience for reading his letters, as if to say, what you are about to read is to be taken seriously. It's not final. I remember him and his proverbs sometimes, especially when it seems impossible to change the world or myself in any significant way. Times like the beginnings of New Year's, and I'd say times like tough board meetings. Sorry, Jim, I say, it's not true that nothing is settled. In the past time frame, choices have been made, losses have been suffered. There have been growth and decay, and there have been commitments and betrayals. None of that can be undone. One day this year, I was present when someone needed me. Another day, I was busy doing something else when I was needed. One day, I said something to a friend that injured our relationship. Another day, I said something that enabled a person to see life in a new way. The best and the worst of those days is now written. All my tears of joy or sorrow cannot erase it. If I stay with my meditation long enough, the reply comes. Robbie, says Jim, you have misunderstood the proverb. It is true that you cannot escape the consequences of your actions or the chances of the world. But what is not settled is not how the story turns out. What is not settled is what the meaning of your life will be. The meaning of your life is not contained within one act or one day or 1 year. As long as you are alive, the story of your life is being told, and the meaning is still open. As long as there's life in the world, the story of the world is still being told. What is done, but nothing is settled. And if nothing is settled, then everything matters. Every choice, every act in the new year matters, every word, every deed, and making the meaning of your life and telling the story of the world. Everything matters in the year coming, and more importantly, everything matters today. Travel well, travel safely.
Do we want to ask Andy if he has any closing thoughts or say goodbye to Andy?
Thank you very much. I always forget Andy. He doesn't have any. Thank you for raising the issue. The meeting is adjourned. Oh, let me just say that this meeting is adjourned until February the 25th at 8 p.m. We will have and need one of those wonderful Zoom meetings you love.
Nice sitting next to you. Yeah, that was a nice.
It's a Thursday. It's on the calendar. Been on there for a long time.